Hello. I'm awake and ready for this. Yeah. 3 monitors. Lots of them. Like, not very big monitors, but there's 3 of them nonetheless. So I have a much wider field of view than normal. And with 3 monitors comes a slightly different camera angle. But I was thinking about swapping my 1 big monitor and 2 small monitors for 3 medium-sized monitors with a higher refresh rate. And to experiment, I have got a 3rd small monitor from my dad's work. I mean, the outer 2 are both mine. I mean, I've got a monitor from my dad's work to sit in the middle of them. I'll move the chat away. I'm hoping this chatto box here that I've got over on the left, this is you. I'm hoping that will render on the top of iRacing. But anyway, yeah, what we're doing right this second is we are waiting for the quali session to go live. Because most people, like, the Nordschleife works a little bit differently to most series in iRacing because it takes so long to do a lap that you don't join the session, qualify and do the race. You join a qualifying session, qualify in the qualifying session, and then you exit the qualifying session and join the racing session. So it's a bit of a different way of doing it. And most people don't bother, partly because it's a bit confusing and partly because it takes so long and people would rather just join the race. Which means that even if I don't do a very good lap, so long as I do a lap, I will be better off than pretty much everyone else. I will probably start in the top 5. I'm going to get some water. Yeah, the quali session starts at past, which means that for the next 2 minutes I'm just going to sit here. The downside of using all 3 monitors for driving rather than using 1 monitor for driving and the other monitors for keeping an eye on stuff is that I might not be able to see the chat, is one thing. And the other thing is I can't actually see my own stream to see if it's working properly. Which is suboptimal. So I'm just going to pop my tablet there and then I can keep an eye on my stream on that as well. Yeah. I've done quite a lot of races at the Nordschleife this week. It's a very good place to gain safety rating and I rating, mostly because almost everyone who joins each race dies. So, if we can manage not to die, then that stands us in pretty good stead. However, that being said, I have been killed so many times. The reason I'm qualifying is because I've been killed 3 times in 3 separate races by somebody spinning in front of me on the first lap. And that's really frustrating when that happens. Because, like, it's no fault of your own, but then you have to just... Well, either you can quit out immediately and just accept the I rating and safety rating loss, or you can go back to the pits, wait 15-20 minutes for it to be repaired, then get back out on the track again and hope you don't get murdered again. And of course, if you go back out onto the track, there's always the chance that you might lose even more safety rating because you might get crashed into, you might spin out yourself because the car might be damaged. You just don't know. There's somebody near me who's selling exactly the wheel and pedal setup that I want for a very, very reasonable price, but they're not answering messages, which is frustrating. I was hoping to get myself a nice shiny higher end wheel, but it looks like that might not happen, which is a shame. So yeah, we're gonna see if this is going to be one of the triumphs, or if we're gonna die on the first lap. Yeah. It should be fun anyway. Well, it should be fun. Loading, loading, loading. Oh god. It's amazing when you look at a series of tweets in like when somebody responds to a tweet and that post has clearly gone like it's got a couple of thousand likes on it. What immediately happens is some sketchy companies will contact them and see if they will follow up that tweet advertising their products. Oh shit, I'm in the wrong car. Oh fuck. Well, okay, we're not qualifying. I'm not doing this in the P217. I'll just go and do practice races. Or not practice races, I'll just go and run round in the practice session for a bit instead. Oh boy. Oops. Oh well. At least that means that I'm not going to start on the qualifying setup, which I have done before. It is painful when it happens. I really hope this person gets back to me. I will be a bit upset if they don't. Let me just turn Facebook off. The other disadvantage to having this lot all running in super mega duper wide mode is that I only have one screen to do stuff on, effectively. Dum-de-dum. I really need to get back with the OMSI stuff. Hey, the chat does appear on top. That's useful. It means I can actually see the chat while I'm driving. It means there's a bit of clutter on my screen, which I don't like very much, but there you go. So, if you don't know, which I very much doubt that you don't, the Nordschleife is the world's longest active racetrack. That was wrong. It is literally the North Loop. It is a huge ribbon of tarmac draped across a mountain. There's a weird disjoint in the right side. Oh no. Yes, I know why that is. And there is no qualifying. Or rather, there is qualifying, but I accidentally took the wrong car for it. The reason that disjoint is there is because I've got triple screens at the moment. I'm testing out using triple screens, and I need to... Yeah, I probably just haven't lined it up quite right. This is going to be a bit tricky to fix. Is that centered? How's that? I can't see it because I can't see... Like, I can't have iRacing up at the same time as OBS. Is it fully fixed? Hang on. I can watch my stream on my tablet. Oh yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, we'll do that then. Just going to move the chat over here. Oh, if I put the chat here, I can put the chat in the little computer on the right. There you go. What do you think? I'm in my mum's car. If I just stretch that out like that a little bit, I can keep you in the car with me. There you go, you're in the car with me. And let's just check that the face cam is still facing me. There you go. Right. Now tell me if there's anything that looks off. I hadn't realised that that would happen. It's because it's actually doing multi-projection. So since there's it's doing bezel compensation. Since there's a gap between the two monitors, it's rendering it without that line of pixels. If I was doing the bezel compensation in Eyefinity instead of doing it with the game itself, then it would not have that effect, because the way Eyefinity does it is it actually makes the game render those pixels. It just pretends the monitor is a little bit wider to fill out the gap where the bezels are. But what iRacing itself does is it just doesn't render those pixels. It actually uses 3 separate cameras for rendering, which also means that you can have angled inside monitors and it'll project properly onto them, instead of doing that really weird stretch and distort thing. But yeah, since I messed up setting up qualifying, what that means is that we're going to have an interesting start. That's the plan. There's a lot of things I would like to do, and that is one of them. I mean, obviously I can definitely support it using single projection and Eyefinity or NVIDIA Surround, but I would like to actually support it using multiple projection. So I am somewhere in the region of 4 seconds a lap slower than the fastest people I've come up against around here, which, considering it's an 8-minute long lap, is not bad, I don't think. There are certain sections of the track where I'm going to really need to focus and not talk, especially during the race. So the advantage of having multiple monitors is I can see if I'm... when I'm not on the racing line, it helps me get back onto the racing line a lot more quickly. So for instance, if I'm trying to overtake somebody, or if somebody's overtaking me, or if I've just slipped off the racing line slightly. The other thing it helps with is it means that I can really see where other cars are when we're sort of going side by side. I have a lot more all-around awareness. That's my worst corner. But yeah, an 8-minute lap time around here is a fast lap time. A good lap time is 8:10. Hello. Look, I'm streaming. I've had 2 races now where the Nordschleife has been slightly kinder to me. The last one I accidentally started on qualifying fuel, but just before doing that I decided, you know what, I reckon I'm going to forget to put the race setup on. I'm going to put in an extra bit of fuel to my quali setup to make sure that if I do accidentally start the race on it, I won't be completely boned. Strimmer klaxon. I'm really pleased with where MoveSim has been going the last couple of days. At the moment it is provisionally named MoveSim. Like, the name feels like a bit of a mouthful, like MoveSim. Doesn't transition very nicely in the middle, but whatever. Yep, there's plenty of it. See, the thing is, lap 1 is always the scariest lap, and at the Nordschleife there's plenty of lap 1 to go around. My best time around here is an 8:07.1, which I did in the last race. The P217 just dies there for some reason, I don't know why. But you go around that corner and you are dead. I was trying to do some laps in it, but yeah, death happened. I stopped trying to do some laps in it. You'll probably see me doing quite a lot of fuel saving this race, if everything goes well. That corner is terrifying and also very fun, because you just sort of have to pick your braking point and then deal with the consequences. I haven't got see, this is where it helps having 3 screens, because I could see how far alongside them I was. Yeah, basically the reason I'm doing this now is because the next 3 weeks ES is not at tracks that I own. I wasn't planning on bothering to get Silverstone for next week. Alex and Nick want to do that one anyway. Yeah, I'm really happy with where my sim is going at the moment. I need to put some more time into it this week. Basically, just since it's the Nordschleife and this is a really good place to farm safety rating and I rating, and I just like doing it, I thought I'd just do the last race I can do here. I might do the 11 o'clock one in a P217 for the meme. I know that nobody would bother watching at that time of the night. But from what I've seen, basically, like, if you stay alive, you get a podium in the 217s. In the last race, there were 10 217s that started, and 1 who finished ahead of the GTEs. There were 2 who finished behind the GTEs, and there were 7 who did not finish. Yeah, so if I can just get to the end in a 217, You can certainly get a top 15 just by staying alive. Not sure if it's top 10. Though I managed to come 4th after having to waste 15 seconds in the pits because I started on my quali setup. So it cost me an extra 15 seconds to put in the extra fuel that I needed to make up for it. And I had to fuel save as well. The Ferrari does seem to be fuel efficient. I mean, the other thing is I've already done 3 races today. Well, I'm only going to count 2 of them because in one of them I got killed. But yeah, if you stay alive in the P1, in the LMP2s or the LMP1s, you get a top 1, basically. Ooh, the session must be starting, I guess? What time is it? No, 8 minutes left. There's just a lot of people disconnecting. That curb is slightly deadly. Oh god, please don't. There's an LMP2 driver called Mario who... I spun in front of them in one of my earlier races. Like earlier this week I spun in front of them and then... might even have been earlier yesterday. Basically I've spent all of yesterday and today doing this. But yeah, I spun in front of him and collided with him. That should not have been a lift. But he then proceeded to vigorously call me an arsehole in the chat, chase me down, and then ram into me and push me off the track. I haven't seen him today, but there are a few angry people. You'll probably see more angry people here than most other tracks. It's safer racing around the P1s than the P2s, partly because they're four-wheel drive, so they don't just kill you coming out of the corners, but partly because they're so much faster they can pass in places where the P2s could only dream of. Because what happens with the P2s is they're faster than the GTEs, but they get stuck behind the GTEs, and then they get very frustrated and try to put their noses in places they really shouldn't. Yeah, you will hear a lot of angry people in the voice chat in this session. I am sure of that. There is only one thing that is certain in this world. The other thing that's certain in this world is I will lose about half a second to a second from everybody on this straight, even without damage. This setup is just slow in a straight line. Oh, there were so many people angry at you flashing them. Yep. It was like, yeah, yes, we know your headlights work. With the intimidation straps. Whee. Wherever you brake there, you will. It's completely random chance whether you get the apex or not. Ooh, somebody didn't like this turn. I like seeing tyre marks that tell a story. Yeah, I had some really fun races with Nick the other day. I was on his back bumper for most of the race and then I bottled it. That was fun going side by side though. That was great. There wasn't much point in it. Because like it was so obvious you were going to go past. But like, I just wanted to. And I definitely wasn't going to trust anyone else in the session to go side by side with me through there. Also, my pedals seem to be behaving at the moment. I've found that if I nudge the grounding wire, it can change whether they're flickering or not. So it's still just grounding, it's not the potentiometers. And then I did die. The P2, from what I was... well, from how it felt while I was driving it earlier, doesn't really seem to be that much faster in some places. Like, in corners like this, it's significantly quicker because the downforce means it can just hold full throttle all the way through. But I'm sure that some mad people in GTEs hold throttle all the way through there as well. Yeah, the back end of mine, oh no, the front end of mine was just dead. This is one of the places where I lose the most time. I almost always lose half a second through there. I guess I can kinda see that. Yeah, I was really pleased to be keeping pace with Nick through almost all of the course, except in a straight line. I managed to stick on your back bumper for several laps. Of course, Nick immediately goes and spoils my fun of me thinking, oh, I'm doing pretty well here. And he goes, oh, I'm so slow here. Yeah. That's always what happens at Nords, though. The other one that I sometimes get is that stupid off track on the the stupid off-track on the GP circuit, coming up not at the endurance chicane, but you know the corner before that, with that sort of fast right-hand kink. It looks like you've got plenty of runoff out there to go and use, but actually you can't use it, and if you use it, it punishes you. I hope I'm getting better. I think that now that I've properly bedded in my load cell pedals, it has improved matters. I can definitely brake better than I used to. The most embarrassing thing is being rejected by the carousel. Right, well, let's go and see how bad this is going to be. Let's see if the car's still the same shape at the end as it was at the start. I'm going to get some fresh air in here. I know it's going to be really quite fresh at the moment. Yeah, there's somebody near me selling a... Where did I put my phone? Selling a CSL Elite, which I want, except that they're not replying to messages on the Facebook Marketplace. They've seen them, but they're not replying. Which is a bit frustrating. There's a very good price for them and they're very local to me. And I'd really like them. I feel like it's kind of time to move on from the G27 now. It's done me very well. But, I mean, look how much slop there is in the gear train. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. What kind of split have we got? I should be in a split with LMP2s, which in some ways is a good thing, because it means there'll be fewer GTEs, and in some ways is a bad thing. Hello. Okay, so I am... Oh, it's an all GTE split, and I'm grid 7. I rating 16. That could be worse. Fartington when I've got my motivation back, honestly. Like, doing my own sim is so much more rewarding right now. I'll be back in just a second. Yes, I've got the race set up on. I've got all the fuel I need. Right, now you're going to get to see my cunning strategy. Right. 24 litres of fuel, no tyres. That is all of my strategy. Then I can either fuel save my way and do one less lap on the last stint than everyone else, or I can just stop at the same time as everyone else, depending on what happens. The other thing is, even though I'm grid 7, I'll probably be higher up the order than that, effectively, because oftentimes people won't actually grid up for the Nürburgring, especially when there are P2s around. And so far, P6 has not... yeah, P6 isn't coming with us. So I'm actually grid 6. Right, no P2s, starting in 6th. Nervous. I've just been like trying to enjoy the races recently and not stream them, because I've realised that streaming the races puts a lot more pressure on. So I've just been kind of trying to go back to having fun with it for a bit. I like remind myself why I enjoy it, rather than just sort of making myself do it. Or alternatively, rather than stopping myself from doing it when when I'm not... You know what I mean? Rather than making myself stream, like the pressure that... I don't want to feel like I need to stream in order to race. There you go. That wasn't that hard. My brain. Yeah, this guy's realised what he's got going for him.
About to go green. Stay focused.
Fair start. Fuel save. You might as well fuel save into T1.
Clear on the left.
Because, like, you're not going to make superhero moves, and you might as well keep yourself out of trouble and save a bit of fuel. Right, let's see if we can run away with this pack in front of us. And hope that none of them spins on the Nordschleife. Or tries to push up my inside in the stupidest place and throw me off onto the grass. That was a fun one. I actually survived that attempt on my life, but then, having recovered the car, somebody smacked into the... oh god, there they go already. Somebody smacked into the back of me and stole my wang. Hello. I'll probably be a bit slower than these guys.
Are you kidding? Really? Yeah, nigga.
God knows. Right, I'm afraid I'm going to have to focus for a bit now, so I'm going to shut up. Unfortunately, there's less of a gap back than there is forwards. And I am slow in a straight line in this setup. Let the guy behind me has their own problems to worry about. There's normally somebody who goes off here on lap 1. This guy behind me is going to get me. Just hope they don't pull some stupid ass move or ram me up the backside in a braking zone. Because that's happened so many times recently, and this is my slowest sector compared to other people. This is the Nordschleife. This is the world's longest racetrack. It is a roller coaster. It is often referred to as the Green Hell. It has an 8-minute long lap time. We will do about 7 laps over the course of this race. Yep, it's a great track.
Voilà.
This guy's going to try it up my inside on the up the hill. One of the interesting things about it is there's basically no safe places to pass except the short section on the Grand Prix circuit, because there's 2 tracks. There's the Grand Prix circuit and there's the Nordschleife. The endurance layout combines both of them. He's going to try and go up my inside up this hill, I'm sure of it. I have so little straight line speed compared to the other guys here. That Porsche is going to rocket up alongside me, and unless I make my car very wide, they're probably going to try a dumb move. Wide car. They backed out. Well, we're sure as hell going to do it this year, aren't we? I just wish that iRacing let me test drive the new GT3s, so I could get a feel for which one I'd rather drive. Here comes the most fun part of the track. There is no passing in this section. You don't have to look in front or behind you. All you have to do is just run through the roller coaster as fast as you can, and then the overtaking is done out the other side. That is the carousel, one of the world's most famous racetrack corners. But yeah, I love this section, basically because you don't fight anyone through here. All you do is you drive as fast as you can through it, and you try and stay close enough to the person in front to be able to get their slipstream on the straight. I love this section. Yeah, but I need a GT3 for Bathurst as well, and I don't really want to have to buy 2 of them, one for Bathurst and one for Nords. So it's a bit annoying that they haven't shown the entry list for Nords yet. Why did you not change down? That's a scary corner. And that. Just when the back end lifts up, your heart goes, ugh. Don't like this. So far I'm doing okay on fuel. Because that means that I should have 5.5 at that point. And now it's time to get yeeted by them down the straight. Like, just watch this guy now. I have no response. I know he has the slipstream, but when I'm in the slipstream, I have nowhere near that much speed. This setup is so slow in a straight line. The problem is that, like, while I can pull out and try to go past people in the slipstream like that, as soon as I pull out, I end up going slower than them. Which is not very helpful when you're trying to overtake them. Shit! Oh, I was trying to avoid the accident I saw coming up ahead. Don't hit me! Oh. I saw the accident happening up ahead, I tried to brake. This is what happens here. See, I was coasting into here. What you normally do is you do a tap of brakes here, where I started braking. You do a tap here, you let go, then you wait for this straight bit. But because of that happening in front of me, I whacked on full brakes. Oh, I would have been fine if I'd just kept the normal racing line. Look. There was a gap on the left opening up. And then I just had to hope that nobody hit me. And that's going to be a 15-minute repair. How the hell did they lose it there? What happened to them? How are they going backwards there? Oh. 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 But yeah, I would have been fine if I'd just stuck with the power. Oh. Oh. That guy was a passenger as well. Right, how much we got? 15 minutes. Yep. I don't know. But yeah, I mean that's what happened is, like, I saw that happening up ahead. You can't brake here. Like, while you're going round, I mean, I had no choice. Because I saw what looked like a stationary set of cars in front of me. I had to try to brake. But yeah. And then there was nothing I could do here. Oh god, half the field is dead. Oh no. Well.
Thank you, thank you.
That was fun, wasn't it? That was fun while it lasted. Let's just watch the leader going round while we wait for some repairs to happen. Right. So now we're going to be fighting for top 20, I reckon. Why would they go for that move? That doesn't work. I really don't know what else I could have done. Like, if you see a big accident happening in front of you, you brake. I mean, I was late on the brakes. I could have braked earlier. You see where this guy brakes? They brake about the end of that curb. But I don't brake until the start of this curb. Yeah, I should just have responded quicker. That's what I should have done. Ah. Oh. Did that guy steal my wang? He stole my wang again! Why do people keep stealing my wang? Sorry, that's... Nom. Nom. Like the car barely moves when it happens either, just nom. Nom. Oh yeah, 60% brake bias. I should have seen that coming from the start and set my brake bias accordingly. That's what I should have done. And then... Nope. Where'd they brake? They braked even later than me. Like they... Why would you brake on that? You can go left, you can go right, or you can go straight into the car in front of you. Those are your options. Oh god, what happened over here afterwards? So this guy just managed to get past me, then you... And that guy goes off over there. And this guy's in the wall over here. I'm on my roof over there. Basically, what I should have done... No, I can tell you what I should have done. As soon as I was turned round, as soon as I was stationary, the moment I stopped moving, I should have immediately held escape. I should have held escape here. 1, 2, 3. I might have just managed to tow to the pits before anyone hit me. Okay, note to self. Next time, immediately hold escape and try to tow to the pits. It is just... like, it's just going to be safer. Don't get the damage. Take the time to go to the pits and don't get the 15 minutes of damage. And... Yum. How many people are still alive? That guy's alive. That guy's alive. That guy's alive. That guy's alive. That guy... Well, I can't tell because the camera's not on them. That guy isn't alive. God, 280? No wonder I can't... No wonder I can't keep up on the straights. I'm doing like 270 something there. The leaders will all be fine because... Oh, that leader isn't. Well, we'll find out after a couple of laps. Or we'll find out when we leave the pits how bad it is. I guess we're going to do the 11 o'clock race then. Got to have a good one. Wang has been consumed. Consume Wang. How fast are the Porsches on the straight? That's a cool livery. Similar to me. Probably a bit more by the time they go over the ridge, yeah. What lap times are they doing? Okay, that guy's faster than me, that guy's faster than me, that guy's slower than me. Slower, 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 slower. Okay, so on pace I would have been P3 if pace had been consistent through the race. Where are we? There we go. But how about, right? How about this? You'll love this. It must sim. The frame rate probably looks awful to you, but for me it's running at, while running iRacing, 60 FPS. While running iRacing. The grass looks a bit meh to me at the moment, but what I'm more pleased with... Yes, it does. What I'm more pleased with, though, is the is stuff like this. And yes, they all spawn with random rotation and position. Ooh, that one ended up in a weird position. I must have accidentally grabbed the transform handle. The transform handle is the newest thing. What I want to do is I want to make it easier for people who have just got into it to do stuff just by looking at what's on their screen. So rather than having to know all the hotkeys in order to be able to do anything, I want you to be able to basically guess what you need to do by looking at the screen, which is why I've added the transform handles. Yep. Or like OMSI, because in order to place a new object or grab something or anything like that, you have to know the hotkeys. And yeah, you can also grab an existing item and place a new version of it, a new copy of it. And at the moment I don't have the UI set up for changing the mode of the gizmo, so I'll just change it manually for you for now. But this gizmo has multiple modes. So at the moment it's in global move mode, so it can move along the global XYZ axes. But if I change it into local mode, it moves along the local XYZ axes. Like so. And then it also has multiple different modes, so it has rotate, which lets you rotate, surprisingly enough. And again, that has a global and a local mode. If you're seeing it not respond, that's because I'm clicking out of the window for a frame, and then I need to click back into the window for a frame in order for it to respond again. That won't be an issue while it's in runtime properly. Then there's the combined everything gizmo, which, as you might expect, does everything. So I can scale it. And there's my tower block. She large. And I can rotate it, and if I can just grab these planes, which are a bit hard to grab when you've got the scale tool around as well, so I might need to change that. You can move it around. Oh yeah, the movement tool has... You can either drag along the axes, like this, or you can drag along a plane, like this, which is really useful. The other thing you can do is you can just select it and you can enter its position manually. Like that. And the final thing is... There you go, I just undid everything. There you go, I just redid everything. Oh shit. Yeah, you can undo and redo stuff. yeah, I've been pleased by how quick it's becoming to make a reasonably nice looking little scene. Like, it really doesn't take very long to make something that looks reasonably pleasant. Obviously, at the moment, there's only a very small range of things I can actually place. But, you know. Oh, the other things I'm quite pleased with is Zen mode. So if you hit Z while you have a tool active, you can continue using that tool without any of the UI. Oh yeah, and the other thing is, as well as having the gizmo to move stuff around with, it also has the same movement tools that OMSI has. Because they are very quick to use once you know how to use them. It's just, I didn't want you to have to know how to use them in order to do anything. That's a bit big. Oh, there you go. And then you can change the weather. Oh yeah, let me just turn on the nice clouds. There are the nice clouds. Let's just have rain rather than snow. There you go. Now it's a storm. At the moment I haven't got any of the ground wetness stuff turned on. Is the timer up yet? Oh, the timer's up. Right, we should head back. Right, here we go. Time to make up those positions. But yeah, it's getting there, and I am really excited about it. So P19 is still running. Oh. Oh, we're going to fight with that guy. In 17 seconds time. I mean, obviously I could skip the last couple of seconds of repairs, but whatever. That's our goal. Yes, they will. At the moment, I think there's an issue with how the ground texture's being rendered. But yes, the grass is a bit meh at the moment. I've sort of bastardized somebody else's grass asset to make it more efficient, but at the moment it's also very ugly. So I need to do something else with it. Right, so we're going to see if we can hunt down the person in P26. Unfortunately, the guy in P21 is still running, so that's out of the question. And we'll find out what these positions all really are after a lap. And obviously there might be other people who die. But yeah, at the moment the grass does look a little bit ugly. There's just something not quite right about it, and it's probably just that it doesn't match the ground texture very well. so I'll see about swapping the ground texture out. But the thing that I'm really pleased with is how fast it is to assemble a good looking scene. Oh, looks like they're faster than me. That's the thing, the people who die aren't necessarily the slow people, so you'll often find that people several laps down are running... Ooh, that was close. Cold tyres are running faster than people several laps ahead of them. Oh, come on, dude. Okay, you know what I said about hang on, I need to shut up and focus on this section instead of talking? That's what I need to do now. So I'm gonna zoop. I imagine I'll gain on P19, but not on P26. And I should be good to the end on fuel. I should have lost enough laps for that. I mean, the other thing is I might have damage still. It might not have fully repaired. Like, it feels like I'm lacking a bit in the acceleration zones. Ooh, understeery. Yeah, this is not quite right, is it? Yeah, given I was previously upside down, it is quite likely that there's something wrong with the car. And given that I was yeeted in the side door by a Ford GTE at full tilt. Yeah. It feels like I've lost maybe 5 seconds off lap time. Maybe a bit more, actually. But yeah, we just have to keep going and sort of hope that we can pick up the dregs of other people's incidents. Yep. So for me, my fastest ever lap is an 8:07.1. 8:07.175 if you want to be more particular. Oh god. Yeah, that's 10 kilometers an hour down. We should be doing 253 there. And that should have been 230. Yeah, that's 10 kilometers down on the way up the hill. That's not right. Oh god, it even feels like it's struggling up there. I feel like I might be quite down on power, which is an unusual one. Normally you'd expect it to be aero damage or suspension damage, but I feel like I'm actually lacking power. I wonder if I've done more laps around here in a pristine car or a fucked car. Probably, it's probably pretty even actually, I reckon. Because I've had 4 races, I think, where I've basically got to the end scot-free and gained tons of I rating and safety rating. And then I've had maybe 5 of them where it's all gone horribly wrong, and in most of those it's gone wrong in the first couple of laps. So it's probably, I'm going to say like 30-70, 40-60, driving a fucked car around here versus driving a fixed car around here. And I'll gain about 30 seconds by not pitting compared to the people who do need to pit, but unfortunately I'd need there to be somebody somebody with a name written in white on my relative in order for that to work. Well, I know that P30 isn't a threat because they're still in the pits. Ooh, hello! P23 is in the pits! P23 might be mine. And there's P24 as well. Then all these guys are still in the running. But yeah, I can make up a 30-second deficit because I won't be pitting. Yep, you saw that Corvette doing 280 going uphill. Oh man. Is she not quick? Yep. Honestly, it's been like this all week. I've had a couple of good races, and most of the time somebody has died in front of me and I've had nowhere to go. But I guess I'll do the 11 o'clock race. I was thinking of doing the 11 o'clock race in the Dallara for the memes, but I reckon I'll just do the 11 o'clock race in this. The thing is, the next 3 weeks, the series is at tracks that I don't own and don't particularly want to buy right now. So I'm just making the most of it while I can. I was on pace with everyone. Oh, that's a pissing annoying off track. I was on pace with everyone up to P3. Like, P1 and 2 are significantly faster than me, but I was on pace with P3 and faster than everyone below P3. Oh, that's flat now. Hatzenbach is one of the shut up and drive sections of the track. So basically the people I'm racing against are people who get 20-minute repairs and people who DNF. That's who I'm racing against. This flat now? Oh, that's flat now. That should not be flat. This won't be flat. That isn't even flat in a P2. Nope, tyre tracks that tell a story. Do you think I'm going to manage to overtake P24 by the end of the lap? Hold on. This is one of my slowest corners, even when I'm not in a fucked car. So, we should hit 254 up here. That's the number you're looking for. That was not 254. I'll give you that one for free. And yes, I lean through these corners. Deal with it. Oh, that's flat now. There's a lot of things that shouldn't be flat that are flat now, with my on-track setup modifications. And unfortunately, it's not because of increased grip. Hello. I've been really enjoying it. What I haven't been enjoying is the other drivers on it. If you can manage to find yourself a gap and run away, it's really good fun. But when somebody spins in front of you for the third race in 2 days and wipes you out, it's not quite so much fun. Actually, it's the 4th race in 2 days. Because I did one earlier today as well where somebody spun in front of me and killed me. Actually, 3 people spun in front of me and killed me today. Plus one in this race. Yeah, the track isn't so bad. It's just the people on it. But I guess I'm going to do the 11 o'clock. So that Corvette hit 285 along here. I normally hit 275. Sorry, it was 287. Oh, what? There's 254. It just took us a little longer to get there. I looked at the screenshots of that and it doesn't look like Paris. Oh, I just about got into 6th gear. I better don't need to know. Normally you need to do sort of a 2-stage break there. You do one on the first apex and then the rest in between that and the actual corner. Yeah, from the screenshots of it looked like... Yeah. It just looked like Thorpe. Oh, Pog. Yeah. I have to catch that curb on the left because it makes such a satisfying noise. You can't not do it. Yeah, so P22 is up there. Come on. P21 is in the box, so I'm gonna be P22 by the end of this lap. I was looking at the relative and not at the corner. I do need to do a proper investigation as to why my AI seems to cause stutters. Yeah, it's a bit weird calling it Paris. Like, basically, as soon as London became a DLC, I think Reese immediately realised something which, like, if people see a London map, they're going to expect to see Big Ben. You know? Yeah. Excuse me while I shut up. This is one of the shutting up sections of track. There's a couple of them. I make strange noises while I do them. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's so nearly flat now. Are you going to make this spooky to me? Yeah. I mean, it has a monument in it, you know, that's probably good enough. Thank you. That was nice of them. That's where I tend to let things through when my car's broken as well. It's one of the safest places on the track to go past. There aren't very many safe places on the track. Monument bonk. No, it doesn't. Ooh. My last lap was an 8:18. I haven't lost 5 seconds off my lap time, I've lost 10. I mean, to be fair, I'm like 20 kilometres down on the main straight. And 10 kilometres down on the hill coming up. So I'm not really surprised. I also feel like I'm a lot more understeery than I should be. Like, the front end is not biting. This is a very broken car. Thing is, it's still worth keeping on going round. Because if you don't, then all that happens is you take a bigger hit to your I rating and your safety rating. Like, particularly the I rating, the more corners you do, the more you dilute the effect of the big crunch. Right, here we go. 254. Foot flat to the floor. I mean, 244. It's so slow. I don't know where to lift for that corner. I should be holding 230 around the apex, but it feels too spooky. Yoink. It's the last race. I'd rather just stick with what I've got. And low. Plus, this setup was made by professionals, so I trust them more than me. You joined me after somebody spun in front of me and I tried to avoid it, and in doing so I spun myself. I survived the spin and then got murdered by somebody else. And now I'm just trying to pick up the pieces. Hello. That curb on the left is so satisfying to run over. I'm 20 kilometers down in a straight line right now. It's great. It's not the most I've ever had for an iRacing stream, but it's certainly the most I've ever had for a non-24-hour iRacing stream. Hello, all the people. I hope you're enjoying me trundling around as fast as I can at the back. My car is very dead. I'm going to finish, though. Eek. Yeah, our streak goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6A, 7, 8. Oh, hello. Double shift to technique. This is the 488 GTE. Which is fairly down in a straight line compared to all the other GTEs here anyway. But at the moment, because I had the Mega Bonk, it is, it's like 20 kilometers down at the end of the straight. Oh no, it's worse than that. The Corvette GTE I was following was doing 287 there. I shouldn't even need to brake here. Yeah, the first part of that is flat now. She broke. Tons of fuel. Probably. I'm just thinking about it. I think I have tons of fuel. Or do I have just not quite enough? The problem with having a very broken car that's down on top speed is that you spend longer at full throttle on the straights, and that means you drink more fuel. Even though you're not going as fast, you drink a lot more fuel. Which means that something that, when you have an amount of fuel that you should be able to get to the end with easily in an unbroken car. Sorry, I just love that little boo. Sometimes it won't work. Okay, it should be white flag next time by. I'd be very surprised if it's not white flag next time by. But yeah. I figure I might as well do the 11 o'clock race as well and see if I get a better luck that time. I can show you the replay. Somebody nabbed my wing. Like, they just went past and went, wing gone. Hippity hoppity, your wing is now my property. That was too deep. And I ended up on my roof. Which might have something to do with why the car's so broken now. But yeah, somebody tried to make it... I'm between a manly man and a router. Alright, is this flat now? No. Gaylord Hill and Cisco Schmau. Right, full throttle, here we go. Hell yeah. Might have been a bit over ambitious. But yeah, somebody tried to make it too wide up the final turns at the end of the lap. I can't remember what they're called. But somebody tried to make it too wide with somebody else there. Full throttle, whole lap. Yeah, let me just knock it out of gear. They tried to make it too wide there. But, unsurprisingly, it didn't work. And then they spun, and then I stepped on the brakes to try and avoid them, except I was mid-corner at the time, and you can't step on the brakes mid-corner. So then I spun, and I survived. But I didn't survive the person who came up behind me. Or the person who came up behind them. I was just kind of a passenger. Like I might have been able to avoid it. Slow through there now. Oh, an 820 Super Pog. Well, the extra good thing about my street is that the houses are numbered up one side and down the other. They're not zigzagging across the street. And the other fun thing is it's sort of a T-shaped cul-de-sac where the road markings guide you round to the left. So the bit coming off the main road has the name of my street. The road markings guide you round to the left, but then it becomes a different street. And if you turn to the right and cross the give-way line, then you end up on my street, which is named the same as the street which comes off the main road. Before SatNav happened, you could never get deliveries. All of the delivery drivers would deliver it to the other number 8 at the other end of the road. And a lot of SatNavs got it wrong for a few years. But yeah, there are 2 number 8s. Mine are numbered clockwise. But there are 2 number 8s. If you start on the road, the numbers climb up the left-hand side. There aren't any houses on the right. The numbers climb up the left-hand side. Then if you follow the road around, you suddenly become on the other road and the numbers restart. Except if you turn off the road and go up to the right, you stay on that road. It's just really confusing. Why they even had to give the 2 halves of the same road a different name, I don't know. I looked at the chat. In a scary corner. I had to lift. Give me the white flag this time round, otherwise I'm going to have to mega fuel save, which I don't really want to have to do. It should be white flag this time. Maybe it won't be. Oh. I'm gonna do a heckin' fuel save just in case. I mean, it's not as if there's anyone round me to fight with. Let's do an even more heckin' fuel save than I was originally planning. Brum. Oh, that's sad. Sad car noises. But you know, it's not as if I'm fighting with anyone. Oh, it is white flag, fair enough, I didn't need to. I saved a ton of fuel though. Sad Ferrari noises. Triple screens means I can actually see those apexes. That's really nice. I expect it'll be really nice at Sebring as well for that one horrible hairpin, where I just can't see the apex on my single screen. Right, now we're flat. Very nearly. Is this flat? Oh, it's flat. Easy flat. Oh, she's slow. And a yoink. Everything flat. Every corner at the Nordschleife flat. You heard it here first. It's one of the easiest corners to crash at. If you take too much curb on the inside there, it just launches you. The Nordschleife, yep. Well, isn't that basically oval tracks? Just flat loop. Now, am I going to make up any more positions at the line is the question. Yeah, I would not want to do this on a bike. I'd love to do it in a car though. Maybe I should take my little diesel Fiesta over there for one lap before I have to scrap it. I need to sell or scrap that thing. It's... Ooh, 245! Hell yeah! You would not want to do this hill on a bicycle. That would be hell. No, but you know, it's... It has an intermittent stalling problem while warm, and turning right suggests fuel delivery issues. The body is doing a Ford. None of it is in structural areas yet. The rear brake lines are corroded. The bonnet latch has seized, so the bonnet won't fully shut anymore, so I need to fix that before I drive it again. Otherwise the bonnet's going to try and flip over the windscreen. That's the most recent thing to go. The bits of plastic trim on the rear doors are... Fuck, I was looking at chat. There we go, I made it work. That's the plan. Yep. But like, there's nothing stopping the bonnet from going down. It just won't. But the other problem, even if I do get the bonnet to go properly down again, is that the bonnet release lever is really loose. Like, you have to sort of yank it at one end and push on it at the other end in order for it to release the bonnet, and it's been getting worse. So if I do manage to get the bonnet to shut, there's no guarantee I'll ever open it again. So I guess I should just fill it up with screen wash before I try and close the bonnet. Just in case. And the boot lid leaks. So have I sold it to any of you yet? 11 months MOT, 500 quid. Has wheels. The most valuable part of the car. Now there's two things about that car that are valuable. One is the MOT, and the other one is the front brakes. Oh yeah, I've been up and down the country in it. Oh, that's fun. Oh yeah, I think I've seen that. Sixth gear for shits and giggles. Hit the wall for shits and giggles on the final lap. Just slam it into the wall. There we go. Oh boy. 10 seconds a lap worth of damage.
Okay, we'll get him next time.
Hey, I picked up a position at the line. Neat. The true iRacing Nordschleife experience. Yeah. Still, there's not that long till the next one. Once this is finished, I will sign up for qualifying for the next one. Actually, let me just check. I've never bothered to look this up, but yes, you can withdraw after finishing the race. Your results will still count. Fair enough. Yeah, because there's more people here now than there were last time, so I'm going to use this to plug my sim that I'm making. Is this on maximize mode? It is. And here it is. Yep. Time to take a drink. Here's my sim. Do I still have the bog bus in here? No, I don't. I cleaned up the assets that I had. Yeah, the newest developments are the inclusion of this gizmo here, which makes it very nice and easy to make adjustments like that. And the inclusion of an undo-redo system. But you know, I gotta plug my sim, haven't I? And I need to make the UI work for this bit, but for now I'll just change it here. I don't know, you'd have to ask the original creator, it's not one of mine. I should import my own buildings into it, because then I'll know exactly what's going on with them. But no, I don't know why. Ooh, okay, there's a bug. Apparently until I've painted on this layer, I'm not allowed to erase from it. That's interesting. That's one of the things that I know I've shown off a few times, but I don't know if everyone here has seen it, is the height map based terrain blending. But yeah, my aim is to make the make this editor as intuitive for new users as I possibly can. But yeah, you can see that as you raise up one terrain layer, it actually blends through the layer below it. So the things that are higher up come through first, and then it gradually fills out, which I think is very nice. And like, we can do some nice little bits of mud like that. But yeah, part of my aim is to make it as easy as possible for new developers. Yeah, it's all got normal maps as well. Let me just drop the sun below the horizon for you. Oh yeah, and there you can see the lovely long shadows that we cast. But yeah, you can see that this moss texture is all normal mapped. In fact, the best one to show you that on is this one, because this one also has water in between the rocks. And so there you go. Ta-da! PBR textures. Ah yeah, so there's a small oddity with the terrain painting. The erase tool can only guess what layer. If you have made one layer take up all of the terrain, if you see what I mean, if there's nothing else left underneath it, then it'll revert back to the default layer, which in this case is this cliff texture, instead of this moss texture which has been painted on top of it. So it does its best to guess what you want, but it doesn't necessarily get it right. But yeah, it's very, very quick and easy to move and scale and rotate stuff, and that's kind of the goal. Right. But yeah, so the other thing that you can do, as well as having multiple weather conditions that you can switch between. The fog at the moment is a little bit blown out. I don't know if you can tell, but some of the lighting effects blow out a little bit. There's nothing Silent Hill about this at all. Let me just turn on one of the more reasonable weather presets. Yeah, there you go. But yeah, the general intention is to make it as easy as it can possibly be for new users to get into. And part of that is I want every control that you interact with to be... I want there to be an on-screen version of every control. So if you're used to OMSI, let me just turn the rain off. Oh, and let me turn the nice clouds on. Now these are the nice clouds. Let me see if I can get a sunset for you. There you go. So, one of the things that I wanted to do with it is to make it completely mouse controllable. So when you select a scenery object like this, a gizmo comes up, and there'll be other buttons here to switch between gizmo modes. I just haven't added them in yet. So you can move it entirely with the gizmo if you only want to interact with it with the mouse. So that makes it very easy to do. But then you can also do it the OMSI way. Press G, it'll grab it, and it'll follow your mouse around, which makes it very fast to do. And the same for rotate as well. So you've got options. You can either do it the fast way, like OMSI, or you can do it the on-screen way without the keyboard, which doesn't require you to memorize any key presses. The other thing, which you might have noticed just there, is I hit Control Z. And da-da-da-da-da. And now Control Y. Undo, redo. Yeah, there's obviously a long way left to go, but the general intention is just to make it as easy as it can possibly be for a new user. It is completely expandable. It has two modes. It has undo redo via disk and undo redo purely in memory. We'll just have to see how... Yeah, exactly. We'll just have to see how much memory it uses. What I might be able to do is offer two modes that are user choosable. So you can either choose to store stuff on the disk for a slower but much deeper undo buffer, or store stuff entirely in memory for a smaller, faster undo buffer. I can't remember what it's configured to at the moment. 24. It's currently set to 24 undos. But yeah. Let me just spam some trees everywhere. I'm going to make you a forest. I was thinking of adding some mode that drops a tree, like that drops an object every like half a second or something while you drag the mouse around, something like that. Like you paint forests really quickly. Another thing that I haven't yet done is I need to to have a mode where objects' heights move relative to the terrain. So that so you can move the terrain up and down and have the objects go with it. A lot of these drop downs are placeholders for cleaner, more refined systems. It's just drop downs are very easy to implement. There you go. There's half a forest. Yeah, there's a lot of ideas like that I've had, but I think I need to focus first on like moving on with core features. Obviously, you can add more tiles. One thing that I've done to make it easier to add tiles is you just click and drag over these. So, you know, these big plus buttons are supposed to go away when you don't have the tile adding tool open. But at the moment they don't, so I'm just going to manually turn them off, just for the time being. Oh yeah, this is stored in the undo buffer as well. Let me just turn it on to daytime so I can see what I'm doing a bit more. The ambient sounds are a bit aggressive at the moment. I need to add a few more modes for the paintbrushes as well. But yeah. There you go. You can also hold shift to make the camera move faster. But yeah. I'm sure that people will find fault with it. I mean, just trust me when I say that I'm finding enough fault with it. I'm trying to find as many faults as I can with it, as I want it to be as good as it can be. But there'll be people who'll complain about it, like, no matter what. Just so we're still doing 60 frames a second right now at 1080p, having chucked down a whole forest full of stuff with... Like, why does OMSI perform so badly? Honestly. Yeah, the thing that I think has been missing is a simulator where it is... Well... I've said before that what I want isn't so much just a driving simulator. It's something in between Cities Skylines and OMSI, because I want you to be able to just make a world, you know, just build stuff and have it look nice, and then be able to get down to ground level and walk around it. Because Cities Skylines is great, but it's all kind of a macro scale or a micro scale, whichever way around you want to think of it. So when you get down to ground level, it's not supposed to be looked at from down there. So I want to kind of make a more... Part of what I'm doing is the driving simulator side. The other part is making a sort of more zoomed in city builder game. So you're more focused on the small details, where you build your world, you build your city, and then you plop your character down in the middle of it and you walk around it. But also a driving simulator. I do have a full vehicle physics package which I'm using at the moment. I've looked into a couple of alternatives, but the one I'm using at the moment is the best option I have found so far. It's got all the source code with it, so I can do whatever I want with it. So I may make a lot of changes to it. I might as well just show you the demo for the vehicle physics system. It has room for improvement, but it has all of the basics there. Yeah. I mean, another thing that I'm quite pleased with is the way that content's stored. So, you know, in OMSI, how you have the scenery objects folder, the vehicles folder, the blah 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 folder. And if you have a pack which has some fonts in and some scenery objects and some splines in it, it's kind of really awkward to share it because you can't just go, okay, grab that folder, that folder, that folder. You have to go into this, grab your folder from inside here, and then put that into a new folder with the same name as this folder. And it's one of the reasons we reject so many things in content control, because like people just get that wrong because it's so easy to get wrong. So the way that I've done it instead... Sorry, the reason Ross rejects so much stuff. Sorry, yeah, downloads moderation. Yeah, the name changed a while ago. The way I've done it instead is more like KSP, where your content goes into a pack. So all you do is you copy your pack. That's your pack. I want to share my pack. There you go. I have shared my pack. It's ready to be shared. I don't need to do anything else to it. Except add a readme. But you know what I mean. Except you shouldn't need to add an installation instructions readme because it'll just be there anyway. And I might even add a user meta file here with the user information as well anyway. But yeah, anyway. No. Very quick demo of the vehicle physics package that I'm currently using. I might switch package altogether. Let me just check that this vehicle's using the altered settings that I've set up for it. Yeah. Yeah, just license.txt. Ah, okay. Has iRacing taken the focus away from it? Am I not allowed to do that while I'm in iRacing? Yeah, I think iRacing has stolen the focus off it. That also means I'm going to have to do... that also means I'm going to have to do this with Unity still running in the background, which is fun. That's going to cost me some frame rate. Ooh, get him that like Bin Ben being known as waste disposal operatives. I'm going to admit, I did not understand that sentence. Oh, the brakes are cold. You have to be a bit careful in there on the when you're doing the start of a quali lap because your brakes are freezing cold. It's so easy to bin it. The thing about qualifying for this is that if you do any qualifying lap, you will probably be like second or third on the grid because nobody bothers doing qualifying laps. I mean, part of the reason why I want to have a wider scope for my game than just the driving sim side, though that is very, very important. Part of the reason is because I want to break into the city building game community, which generally is a lot less toxic than the OMSI community, because Jesus Christ, the OMSI community is toxic. Or it can be anyway. There are a few very toxic elements to the OMSI community, and they're very loud. Naming no names. Ooh. And understeering vigorously. This is going to be like an 811, I reckon, if I'm understeering that hard. I'm going to take Nick's strategy and blame it on the track state. Terrible track state. Yep. Oh god, what did I say about talking to you in these corners? Like I said several times, I need to shut up. These corners, I can't talk to you in these. That's true.
You've got about 2 laps of fuel.
I'm just going to warm up the brakes a bit this time. It should also pass some heat into the front tyres through the brakes. But yeah, the city building community is a lot less toxic in general than the OMSI community. So I'd like to get some people from the city building community interested so I can try to build a slightly less toxic community around my game than the one that's appeared around OMSI. Hey, I've actually got brakes this time round. There's a red post on the left that I'm aiming for there that you probably can't see because it'll be off screen for you. Did I say the left? I mean the right. You know, the other left. This time... That's the problem, isn't it? Oh, what, the satisfying rumble curb? Oh shit, my good luck curb. Yeah, the OMSI Discord servers in general are There's just a few very noisy toxic elements. Yep. The other thing I could do, actually thinking about it, is I could just piss off all the toxic people so badly now that they all boycott my game and then aren't a part of its community. You know what I said about shutting up in these corners? That could work, actually. Yeah, I've been basically trying to stay pretty neutral in the OMSI community, basically because I don't want there to be anyone like with a personal vendetta against me, because that could spoil my own game. That's true. I guess I should just, yeah, fuck it, I'll just start pissing them off from now on. Yeah, there are certain developers in the community who are the worst offenders. Which is a shame. They have a lot of talent. They're also very capable of being enormous pricks. I'm going to shut up for this corner as well. Very easy one to bin it in. And I am very slow through there as a general rule. It's one of the slowest parts of the track. I would love to drive around the Nordschleife, but the problem is it costs an arm and a leg. And most insurance policies have a specific clause that excludes the Nordschleife. The way that they got around quite a lot of racetrack regulations in the past is by not being a racetrack, because the Nordschleife itself is actually a toll road. Like this circuit that I'm on now is a toll road, not a racetrack officially. But insurers kind of got wise to that and started listing it specifically. Past the ice cream shop. Yeah, it's just a toll road without a speed limit. You can drive anything that's road legal on it. Like... It's a toll road that happens to get closed for racing every now and then. It's just a very big one-way toll road. The speed limits are actual speed limits. Yes, we have a really big problem with technological illiteracy in the Yomsi community. The Toxic Roundabout, that well-known children's program. Right, remind me to take the qualifying setup off before starting the race. Though actually having to pit 2 laps in and getting myself out of everyone's way might actually save me. That bump on the inside there is horrible. It can really throw you off. This should be an okay quali lap. It'll be a sub 8:10. And so the very fastest GT3 drivers last year were doing... Well, the fastest driver just about managed to do a sub 8-minute lap in GT3s, the class below this, last year. Come on, I've had 4 races on here recently where I have actually done pretty well. It's just that I've also had about 5 where somebody has murdered me, or where I've murdered myself. But we're not going to talk about those ones, we're only going to talk about the ones where people have murdered me. To be fair, there are a lot of ways to kill yourself at the Nordschleife. No, I didn't stream them basically because I wanted to have some fun racing. Like, streaming and racing is fun, but it's also very tiring, and I wanted to remind myself that I'm allowed to go and race without having to stream at the same time. I don't have to stream every single time I race. And that takes the pressure off a lot, because it means I can take a few races to learn the track and get a bit more confident. Right, time for the little break. You have to do that first little break just to settle the car into the turn. Then you can scrub off the rest of the speed in a straight line. Let's see what we got. 8097. I mean, to be fair, I did that on... No, I did do that on Quali Fuel, didn't I? Speaking of fuel... I mean, I didn't stream those races, but actually Nick did stream 2 of them. As the other day, we both ended up in the same lobby a couple of times. Right, I should be able to withdraw that now that... Well, we'll find out. I think Unity may just have crashed. I think that might be what's happened here. It might have crashed because it didn't like trying to handle the controller. Right. Anyway, I'll sign up for the race. And then I'm going to nip away to the bathroom for a moment. So have I set this up? Interesting. It appears that the GUI doesn't like being an ultra wide. Cool, that's fine. I suspect that if I switched out of iFinity mode, that would probably break the stream, so I'm not going to do that. Oh well, I'll just hope that the vehicle's set up right and then just go and drive it. Yep. Look at these interior graphics. That's the thing, it loaded an entire game engine quicker than OMSI. Obviously this is going to look pretty shit right now, partly because the model is shit, and partly because I'm driving with keyboard, and think about how terrible OMSI's physics look when you're driving with a keyboard. Let me just quickly switch it to a manual gearbox. Yeah, it has. That's what I was looking for. Like, I have all the source code for this. So this is a manual gearbox now. So I'm doing this by pressing the numeric keys over WASD. So it has a fully working clutch system. And it also has torque converters, and it also has turbochargers and whatnot. And it also has a terrible looking damage system, which I'm just going to turn off. Though I'm sure that people will people would post screenshots all over Fellas Film of their horrible bus crash. Yeah, let's see. Can I get the camera around there? Yeah, okay, no, I can't quite. I'll just use this one. Basically, Unity's... Yeah, exactly. I was just going to turn that off altogether. So it's... Oh, I don't have damage turned on this one. Oh well, whatever. But yeah, the important thing is that this has a custom wheel collider package, which responds much more accurately than the Unity built-in one, because the Unity built-in one is basically not usable for the purposes of a simulation. People have tried, and it always looks terrible. But yeah, when you look at this, don't look at this as the finished article. Look at this as a framework to build on. Like, it models latitudinal and longitudinal grip and slip and torques and drive. It even models driveline shunt, actually. Like, every component in the drive system is modeled individually. So there's an engine component that goes into a gearbox component that goes into a differential component, and all of those can be chopped and changed. And I have the source code for all of them. But yeah, it has... You can see the way the car bounces along here. Looks very natural. The big thing it doesn't have is air suspension out of the box. So I'm going to have to completely make from scratch my own air suspension system to work with their wheel collider system. Yeah, one of the nice things is this is actually using 3D mesh-based wheel colliders. And another thing it can do, if I just oh, hang on. Oh yeah, it also supports things like mirrors in the vehicle and that sort of thing. Sort of. It kind of does force feedback, only for Logitech wheels and very basic. So that's the other big thing. But yeah, the other thing I wanted to show you is that it also supports things like this, where the suspension components themselves are animated. Or rather, they're not animated, they actually move according to the rest of the vehicle moving. So you can see the shock absorbers here compressing as we go over the bumps. But yeah, it's a framework to build on. It's not the final solution that I need, but it gives me a good framework to build off of. One other nice thing it has is a really neat setup tool that lets you set up a vehicle very quickly. So basically, if you give it a model with things that have names like wheel, left, front, and stuff like that, it's actually capable of interpreting the name of that model and going, right, there's a wheel there, what's its bounding geometry? Okay, I'm going to guess that I need to put a wheel collider of this orientation here. And basically you click a button and it goes, right, boom, there's a vehicle for you. It's now drivable in some form. Articulated buses. Hang on, let me just show you the... That is a good question. That may involve some more hackering. I mean, like I say, I have all the source code, but that may be interesting to do because it basically means that I need to use a skinned mesh between the two parts. Like, a skinned mesh is a mesh which distorts according to a set of bones underneath it. So the thing that it does have out of the box is tractor trailer mechanics. And then the brakes on the rear trailer, I believe, are now linked to the brakes in the driving vehicle. But yeah, it's a good starting point. Oh yeah, and it has a module to set up indicators and everything. This one's not set up particularly well, but you know, and it's got headlights and whatnot, and a horn. But yeah, the steering, I have managed to, when the UI controls were working properly, and it's a shame I can't show you that now, but I have actually managed to get the steering on this vehicle set up to be a lot nicer with keyboard, so it's a lot less jittery. So I was a bit worried about that, but I have actually found a way to make it work in a satisfying manner. I would like to be able to use Fmod. This physics package, out of the box, doesn't support it, but I'm sure it would be possible to integrate it. There you go, I managed to jackknife it. It's a surprisingly good physics package, honestly. Like, everything's basically there, except for, like, animated articulated segments. Anyway, I'm going to nip to the loo. I will be back for the race itself, which starts in 4 minutes. Yeah, so it still hasn't loaded. Yeah, Fmod is the ideal solution. I would really like to use Fmod because it's a very well-known set of tools which is very flexible, and because it's completely UI driven, it's surprisingly easy to get started with. So yeah, that's my ideal. I can't promise it because there's so many other things to work on, and there's only me and my dad working on this at the moment. But yeah, there's so many things to work on that I can't promise any one particular thing because there'll be 5,000 other things that need doing before it. Anyway, race starts in like 2 minutes. I hope I'm awake enough. There's that post I was telling you about. But yeah, any qualifying lap time will put you somewhere up near the front of the grid. I wonder how OMSI handles its force feedback, because it seems to do it in a way that most wheels understand, not just in a Logitech way. Like, it's very simple, but it works very well. There's the race grid. Hey! Do they? Do they really say you cut the course? I wonder why they say that.
You got the black flag. They say you cut the course. We need to come in and serve a 30-second penalty.
Do we now? Oh, I don't think we do, you know. Yeah, OMSI force feedback is surprisingly cross-compatible, so I'm wondering how they did that. It's probably just direct input, which is sort of DirectX but for inputs. There's probably just a very simple API that I can find. Like, if OMSI can manage it, then it must be a reasonably basic low-level thing if OMSI does it. I doubt you need to actually go through, because when OMSI was made, basically Thrustmaster and Fanatec wheels, they pretty much didn't exist. Their APIs, I'm pretty sure, didn't exist back in 2011. I might be wrong, but OMSI was released back when the G25 was a thing, I'm pretty sure. And now even the G29 is outdated. So yeah, there must be some low-level force feedback API. Let's see. I mean, the other problem with that is that if it's direct input, that will be a Microsoft Windows exclusive thing. That's a... Ooh. At the moment, there is nothing to stop my simulator running on all platforms, by which I mean Linux, OS X, or Windows. Because, I mean, we've actively tried to keep it that way. We're using a file browser system which works on all platforms, for instance. Our file directory and naming system is line ending, what's the word, agnostic. Also spacing, or whatever you call them, directory, my brain's turning off. Directory spacing character agnostic. You know, backslash versus forward slash versus double backslash versus whatever. It's pretty much agnostic to all of that. Let's see. I am grid number 18 overall. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. I'm going to be 10th. Oh, I'm in a high split. My driver rating is number 29. I am the 5th worst driver in this split by rating. But there may be... Do Fanatec wheels... Now, do they even work on OS X? There is no Mac OS version of the Fanatec firmware. Oh no, that's how to update the drivers on it in order to use it with a PS4. Okay, so that's bypassing, that's updating the firmware on the wheel in order to use it with a PS4. Okay, F1 2017 was the first game that had support for Fanatec wheels on OS X. Okay. I mean, that's just what you get, I guess. You just have to live with it. So Microsoft's direct input interface is able to produce pushing and resistances in an input device. Okay. So you can have a constant force, a ramp force, a periodic effect, and a conditional force. Fair enough. Yeah. I'm definitely in the race setup, aren't I? Yep. I'm surprised I'm this far back down the grid. Yeah. I mean, I guess that I'm targeting that more for the city building side than for the driving sim side, but at least you should be able to play it on platforms that aren't Windows. Okay, so Logitech wheels sort of work on Linux, on OS X, but you know, that's just, like, it's not my issue, honestly. Like, if I can provide a game that works there, then... Well, it kind of is my issue, because if there is a way to support force feedback through it, then it's sort of... I need to work out how to do that. But if there isn't, then it's not my problem. Yes, there are P2s in this race. They are going to die and then come back through the field of GTEs. And it's going to be terrifying. I think the leader knows what they're doing. When are they going to bolt for it? Have they already bolted for it? They've already bolted. They've gone. There's always a few people who start in the pits. It's sometimes a good strategy here, especially when there are P2s. You can sometimes get out ahead of the rest of the GTEs, depending on how much the leader feels like backing up the train.
You got a slow car on the left.
So I'm pretty much the worst GTE driver here by iRating. The charity 23-hour ones are once yearly.
Can't stop on the right.
They're a special once yearly event. He does a lot of 24-hour races in general though. Like he did the 24 hours of Daytona earlier. The real 24 hours of Daytona was great this year. See what I mean about the LMP2s dying and then, fuck me, having to work their way back up through the field. Oh, it's great though. You don't need to pay a subscription for Daytona. You just watch it on Radio Le Mans. Or on IMSA TV. Like, you get the full broadcast with no adverts for free. You only need to pay a subscription if you're in a country that has a specific TV network license deal for it, and the UK doesn't. They also post everything on a Thursday, on the Thursday after a race happens in IMSA. That was a dumb off track I got, I need to stop talking. Also, hello. Come on. That'll warm the tyres up a little bit. I currently have you sitting on the dashboard on the right side of the car. Yep, these guys are faster than me. The guy behind me particularly. I'm going to lose some positions, but the thing about this is there'll be so many deaths that so long as I don't die, I should get a top 10. This is my slowest corner compared to the faster guys. But I really am in a higher split than usual. I must not have lost too much iRating. See, I saw that story, but since I don't know the guy or the team, I don't know the backstory. This guy behind me is going to tear me a new one. I am in over my head right now. It's sometimes nice to race without qualifying because you tend to get mucked in with a whole bunch of different speeds of people, so you have an opportunity to go a long way forward in the field. Oh! That makes sense. Thank you, that makes a lot more sense now. Oh, I do not want to be the guy who tries to make it too wide through here. I have seen what happens, I have been on the receiving end. But I have so much more speed than him. So much. Backing out of it. His car is completely fucked. Oh yeah, that's a fuckered car, alright. Problem is there really isn't anywhere to pass around most of the Nordschleife. Just kind of wait for the straights. If you have a death wish, you can try it on those straights that I was on before, but I didn't get the serotonin curb. Yeah, that whole section there. Oh, Owen Morgan tends to be a bit scary. They tend to be a bit shouty in the voice chat. Yeah, that whole section through there, there's no passing, which actually makes it kind of relaxing, because all it is you versus the track. You don't have to worry about the cars in front or behind. All you have to do is drive through that section as fast as you can. Right, prepare for me to lose half a second to a second on the straight. That's a good time to hear that. The guy behind me is under pressure. They are going to gain on me though, because I do not have the straight line speed compared to these other cars. Yeah, that Corvette had like 15 Ks. I am, yes. Let's fuel save. I may need to get a Mac. I can certainly make a Linux machine easy enough, but I may need to get a Mac. If I really do want it to be cross-platform. You're faster than me, but you're behind me. You've missed me showing it off like 3 times this stream. Like, do you really want to make the rest of the stream chat sit through that again? I have an itchy moustache. I'm very happy with how it's coming along right now. I am slower than the guy behind. Oh, that corner is not being nice to me today. Undo and redo are in. An on-screen transform gizmo is in. I'm really backing up the guys behind me. They're not going to be very happy. Shut up section. Oh god. a huge slide from the guy in front. This guy's going to try and come alongside me after the fluke flats, I'm pretty sure. You mean the anger? Yeah, it kind of wears off after a while. I came P4 in my last offline race. It might flare up again when the season starts, you never know.
Excuse me?
Presumably he's getting angry PMs right now. Come on, I just want this guy to move over.
Have a nice day.
Yeah, I am in a split over my head right now. Well, you can tell by my driver number 29 out of 34. Everyone with a lower I rating than me is in a P2. And I'm currently holding up a huge train of cars here, while desperately hoping to pass this damaged GT that is somehow managing to be faster than me anyway. Suspect he might try to make a pass here. This is my worst corner, probably. Or my most significant bad corner. I hope Schumacher wipes the floor with him. I hope he makes him look like an utter asshole. Why does this guy look so spooky when they're managing to be faster than me? Like they're locking up, they're getting a heck of a wiggle on, they're making all sorts of mistakes, and they're still managing to lap the same as me. Nikita Mopapin. Mopapin? Oh god. Don't talk through this section either. This is another designated no talkie zone. Shutting up. I seem to have the edge over the guy behind in this particular section. Oh no, we're fine. Everything worked out for the best. But yeah, no, I gain a significant amount in this sector every lap. If I can hold him off to this sector each lap, then I can hold him off on the straights. Especially if I'm in the slipstream of the guy in front of me. Oh, he's had an accident. Let's just hope the guys behind him weren't even quicker. That gives me some breathing room though. How are we doing on fuel? We're kind of on target. We're going to do a heckin' save here. I'm suddenly keeping with this guy. It's just a shame that they're damaged and I'm not. It'd be nice to be keeping with the purely on merit of pace. The guy behind's quick. Bollocks. The guy behind them shouldn't be too much of a threat. The understeer. My old friend. I do not like this sector and this setup. There goes the back. Like the entire GP circuit is just a voyage of discovery. And learning how many ways you can induce understeer. Lift off understeer, power on understeer, mid-turn understeer, gradient change understeer. We got all your favourite kinds of understeer. Exactly. Yes, good Nordschleife setups are really soft and squishy as a general rule. Like, I know people complain about cars set up for the Nordschleife being too hard, but imagine if they were set up for the GP circuit. I did try the P217 here earlier, and it just it feels very comfy and safe until suddenly it isn't. Ooh, understeer. The guy behind me is going to get me. The guy behind that I might be able to keep at bay. Yep, all of the above. And very neutrally balanced. Like, not particularly biased to the front or rear. Yep, that's the plan. He'll probably come by on the final straight. If he's insane, he might try to get by in the next section on the uphill. But if I can stop him from doing that, I will. Because that sector loses you a lot of time when somebody goes past you there, and it's also extremely spooky. Like, I've been killed doing that, and I've seen multiple other people killed in front of me doing that. If you can avoid going too wide through this next sector, avoid it. He's close enough to do it to me. I think that's a Corvette. It might be a Ferrari. If it's a Corvette, he'll have way more top-end speed than me. Like, huge amount more. It's a Ferrari, but it's probably a Ferrari with a much quicker setup than mine. I am wide. I am extremely wide. I didn't block, I just drove in the middle of the track and I took my line. Blocking is when you actually move responsively to the car behind you. That was me picking a defensive line. At least, I think that's what I was doing. If anyone thinks that I was blocking and I need to learn how to not block people, then I'm open to that. But yeah, if I can keep him behind me until the main straight... Yeah, I doubt it. If I can keep him behind me until the main straight, then I can benefit from him instead of losing out. Because if I let him through there, I'd have lost out from the speed I lost in the lift and having to take an offline corner. But if I let him through on the straight, the main straight, then I don't need to lift. I can just sit in his slipstream and get all the sook. Plus, I might be able to hold him back just long enough that I'll be able to jump him on the pit stop. Speaking of which, I need to check the fuel saving target. As I am also trying to save fuel while I do this. He's probably a bit frustrated at me, but whatever. So long as he doesn't try to go side by side with me through the final corner. Like that person did in the last race. I mean, not with me that time. Yeah, he's got a run on me. He should be through. Yep. I'm gonna stay here on the left. I could fight him back, but I'm not going to. I know he's faster than me. Instead of doing that, I'm just going to get the slipstream, save some fuel. How are we doing? Feel good? I suspect most of what I'm going to learn from his lines is that he's faster than me. But yeah, I'm going to do a heckin' fuel save for as long as I'm behind him. Bertie Bott's every flavour understeer. I'm leaving the guys behind me behind, which is good. Even with a bit of fuel saving here and there. He's not that much faster than me. He's got a little bit of an edge, but he's not that much quicker, honestly. I mean, he might be a lot quicker through the Nordschleife. Just don't die in front of me and collect me. That's all I ask of you. It's my only request. Just don't spin and hit me. Or just don't hit me. Simplify it. Do not cause me to have a massive accident. Oh, in the slipstream I'm really running away from the guys behind. That's really nice. They're fighting too, which is nice. Alley-oop. Oh, we nearly lost it on the grass there. Oh, the guy behind lost it. They are dead. For... What did I just say? I am glad that I was a little further back from that. If I'd been on his bumper, then I would have died. I've done that exact thing before. It's very easy to do. You just eat a little bit too much of the inside curb, and you're gone. Well, that means I don't have my fuel-saving buddy anymore. It also means I've lost 2 seconds to the guys behind. Well, that was a... He might have survived it, I guess. I'm not sure he hit anything significant. The steering on this car can brake pretty easily though. The aero can brake really easily. Hang on, isn't that still them just behind me? Yes, it is, P7. They have survived then. Well, let's see what they've done to their top end speed. They might have got away without hitting anything. If they have, then they were a really lucky bugger. Yep, they're keeping pace. They must have avoided hitting anything. Or at least anything important. Oh no, no, they suddenly dropped back half a second. And gained a second, okay. That's just the timings being weird on that section. Or it might just have been me braking badly actually, because I lost half a second to the guy in front too. But that section's a bit weird for timings. You can gain and lose half a second through there, and it sort of evens out by the end. Ooh. That was not the line. that's about the right place to hear that, I think. They're gaining on me. Yeah, the car's fine, isn't it? That should have been flat, but I wasn't going to make the apex, and it's very easy to go into the outside wall there. Ask me how I know. There are so many varied and interesting places to die at the Nordschleife. So from experience, I should gain about 8 seconds at the pit stop with the amount of fuel that I'm going to put in and the fuel saving that I'm doing. If they're using an auto fuel app, then they will take 11 or 12 litres more fuel than they need to, most likely. That's what it did to me. It always gave me I'd always thought I was... So the way it calculates is it gives you enough fuel to do as many laps as you need, and then half a lap after that, just in case. But it always added an extra whole lap on for me. So depending what fuel calculator they use... then they might... they might lose time to me in the pits. As per usual, the P2s are in the pits. All of them. All dead. Yeah, there was a race I did earlier today where one of the LMP2s stayed on the lead lap, and since the lead lap is really long here, like, you've got a margin of 8 minutes to stay on the lead lap. Well, actually about 7.5 minutes for the P2s, but you know what I mean. Do not like this corner. Why doesn't that one make the satisfying noise? So the pit stop might put me right back up with P6. It should give me a good margin over P8. Hold on. So long as I don't get a 40-second stop and hold penalty when I enter the pits. Because it's very easy to do. like for speeding on the pit entry. Yeah, this is one of my worst sections. I think I say that every time I go through that corner. I'm not getting better at it. I'm keeping pace with the guy behind though. And you never know, there might be more death, there might be stop and holds for other people. I might gain a few more positions. If I can hold on to this position, then that'll be a really nice I rating gain. That'll be a nice way to cap off the week. Since at midnight the servers will cycle over to the next set of tracks. This is one of the best things I've bought for a while. I'm so slow there. See, I have another lap in the tank. The Ferrari seems to drink a lot less fuel than the other GTs around here. Maybe that's something to do with why it's so slow in a straight line. The Corvette seems to have the best straight line speed. Should have been 330, but whatever. No, the track's just a little hot for that right now. The guy behind me is catching. But they're almost certainly going to box this lap. I am not. Well, no, I'll check on the straight whether I have enough fuel to, but you need about 11 litres for a lap in this car. And that's a good place to hear that, because that means I have 1.5 laps in the tank. I'm more than halfway through the lap, though obviously most of the fuel is burned on the straight where you're on throttle all the time. That's slow. Why is that so slow? You can probably see me lifting off and then pressing back on the brake over that ridge. Because obviously if you hold the brakes while you're in the air, your wheels lock. This car seems particularly fast through that last bit of that section. Well, how are we doing? Plenty of fuel. Excellent. Perfect. Shouldn't even need to save on the last lap. Right, here we go. I'm not actually getting these people for position because I do still need to box. But I am actually briefly going to be P1. I'm not net P1, but I am briefly actual P1 on track. Hey, look at that. P1. P1 and 2 are fighting hard. They are going to aggressively want to get past me. They're also going to be much faster than me. Considering the length of the track, it's impressive that there's that little between them. Oh god, there's a P2 in there as well. Oh no. Here comes the P2. Oh no. This could be bad. So just as a reminder, I am not fighting these guys for position. I am out of sequence with them. Yep, no talky bit. I see you've calculated the stream delay. This is going to be sketchy. Jesus! Oh, for fuck's sake! Everybody died.
Come on, guys.
Told you it was going to be spooky. That particular P2 is a bit scary. Yep, car's fine. I've probably got some wang damage, but the suspension's absolutely fine. Honestly, it doesn't feel any different. I got off lightly with that. And so did the leader, actually. Yeah, that's what happens when the P2s start mixing with the GTs around here. They get impatient and they put their noses in places they really shouldn't. I'm sorry that the leader had to get caught up in that, because that's knocked them off the podium. Actually no, they're still on the podium when I go into pits this lap. Just be nice to them after that. Go on. So a pit stop Let's see how bad the top speed is. Oh, actually we're still pretty much fine. Don't do it. Don't do it. Not here. No. Bad. I can see you thinking about it, but you're not going to do it. Bad P4. No. Unfortunately now they can't really do anything until the back straight. Ex-leader just binned it by themselves. That's a shame. They were probably thrown off kilter by the incident. Because once you've had one crash, it's very, very difficult to get your head straight again. Ooh, the front end lifted a little too much there. Did not like that. Fortunately, this guy did just settle for sticking behind me through there.
I'm just going to give you a little tip, buddy. See what you've done there to cause that first incident on the fast section, mate. You don't do that. You don't want to let an LMP pass, mate. It's up to him to pass you. He's the fastest car. So that's what caused the contact and probably cost me the win here. But yeah, just to let you know, mate, never list to let an LMP pass.
I wasn't going to until his nose was already up my inside and I had to brake.
Yeah, I think the guy in the LMP had any sense, he would have waited till you were on the fast section light, but he had no patience.
It's happened to me too many times the last couple of days.
You're in fifth.
49 seconds of optionals.
They don't realise that the GTEs don't have as much downforce as them, and we can't go around the corner like that. That's speed offline.
Right, this is what I'm fighting for now. Whatever position this is what I'm fighting for. Told you that LMP2 was spooky. not sure I'm actually fighting for P8. I think I'm fighting to keep P9.
Blue car ahead. Go right.
Yeah, I don't think I'm fighting for P8. I mean, something might happen. They might turn out to be really slow through a certain section, or there might be an incident up ahead. You never know. But yeah, if the contact hadn't happened, then I would have been fighting for P8. That's true. Because I've come down here. Piss. Stop talking in the hard bits. Also a very easy place to have a crash. Now I'm definitely not fighting for P8. Well no, I actually am fighting for P8 because of the whole position switcheroo thing. That's a very, very easy corner to have a crash in. So's that, though it hasn't happened to me for a long time. Ooh, fucking hell. Jesus Christ, he came out of nowhere. Now I'm awake. Oh god, look at him weave. Oh.
How many laps is it for the EE?
I need to hold this guy off through here, because otherwise he'll have the slipstream and I don't want him to have that. It is high on the list of things I do not want them to have. I prioritise that rumble strip more than a good corner exit.
Blue car on the left.
Oh shit. Who is it? It's the scary P2! Of course it is. Oh, I've put a second on the guy behind me. That's nice. That's a nice buffer. The setup's just really fast through that particular sector. Yep. Just that sector it really likes. Oh, this guy's going to be super slow because they just lost the carousel. And they're going to be super slow out of this corner because they're having to go side by side with a P2. Hell yeah. Hello. 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 Give me your suck. Suck me. I mean, he's got the tow from that P2 in front of him, which is doing... That P2 is going slower than the GTs. The third placed P2... The third placed LMP2 is not on the lead lap. This is what always happens to the P2s here. They're terrifying. This one's now just a GT in disguise. Final lap. Oh, he's got the Mazda livery. I like it. Is this slow P2 here going to hold me and this other GT up through the entire Nords? Oh, he's very broken, isn't he? Come on, I can take this guy. I need to because the guy behind me is closing in. Oh god, there's another P2 coming through. Fucking P2's terrifying. No, Jesus, I am surprised that there wasn't any contact there. But now I've got to learn some patience. There are a few places P2s can pass. This is one of them, if they've got the speed up to start with. What I should have done is just blocked him, because he clearly didn't have any sense for himself, so I'd have to think for him. I did badly out of that. This is a proper last lap battle. I just hope that my last sector magic does its thing again. Like, be slower than them all lap, and then the last sector, suddenly put 2 seconds on them and keep them out of my slipstream. As in the end, it's only the last sector that matters at the Nordschleife. It's just where you are when you come onto that big straight. None of this actually has any consequence. Apart from a few nutters who try to pass in terrifying places. The Lonk Boy straight. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Yep. Just style it out. The tofu is on board. Yep, the Rift 2. I just saw a way out of that midway through, so I put the power back on and kept going. Oh no, he's in a Corvette. Oh, he's gonna have the legs on me. Don't do it. I know it's the last lap, but don't do it. I'm really wide. You don't wanna anger me when I'm wide. Don't do that, you fucker. Ah. Jesus Christ, why do people try that? Oh god, there's a P2 as well. No! I don't wanna. The double shift. Come on, magic last sector. Or P2 murder them. Don't mind which. Oh, what happened to P5? They're suddenly there. They're moving fast, so they can't be too shit out of luck. Oh, they're fighting. 2.2, 2.1. Oh, his car's broken. His car's fucked. He's trying to let me through, I think. But look, his steering looks like it's utterly fucked to me. Everything was fine. This guy's gonna have the legs though. That's annoying. But yeah, they're in a Corvette. They'd catch me even without the slip. Oh well. Well, I still get P7 because P5 died. Not scary at all. I'm not going to do it. I was thinking about it. Whew.
Chicken flag, chicken flag. Good job, very good job.
Yeah. Oh man. Right, my legs are fucked. Ugh. Let's have a look at that contact, shall we? Well, the thing about saving it is that in order to save it, you have to have got it wrong in the first place. No, this should be the lap where it happened. Oh, they didn't keep it on the track. They crashed shortly afterwards. Uh, I mean, look at that. Yeah, no, they didn't keep it on the track. Anyway. It's just annoying having to defend yourself from P2s who should know better. Anyway, there you go, 1914. Oh, that was a one-split race. Oh boy, and as usual, only one P2 actually finished on the lead lap. The rest all died, except for... oh no, these two were running. They were 2 laps down. That one was 1 lap down. Oh well. You still gained I rating for it. Whatever. I think that went pretty well, honestly. Aside from murderous P2s everywhere. Jesus Christ, they're scary. Yeah. Right, anyway. So that's that done. As you can see, the series has now moved on to Silverstone as of midnight. And there aren't really... I mean, there's IMSA Pilot Challenge Tokyo. Oh, the... that could be interesting. I might do a bit of that next week. But yeah, anyway, that would actually be really good practice for the 24, thinking about it. Because it's... this is basically a GT3. But yeah, that means that this week I should have more time to do more sensible things like my sim and like Farthington. I think I need to start looking at Farthington just as a job that I need to finish, because you know I've got this far with it. I need to publish something and just not make it the perfect map that I always wanted to make, and instead just make it a commercially viable product. Yeah, anyway, that was fun. Thank you for coming along, and I will see you whenever